It is the most prestigious day on the American tennis calendar, Super Saturday. A pair of men's semifinals wrapped around the women's final. First up, Stefan Edberg versus Michael Chang. As they took the court, they had barely an inkling that they were embarking on a match that began in late morning and stretched to late afternoon and would become the match of the 1992 U.S. Open.
Anytime when you can come back from a break in the fifth set, it's a good effort, I think. But to do it 3 matches in a row, it's extremely good. I don't think many players can do that, and I think that proves a lot that I at least got good character, and I'm fighting out there.
Well, they say Michael Chang is a baseliner. Here he works his way to the net, makes a wonderful drop volley here, and he was trying to do it from a very difficult position, and he pulled it off very nicely.
That we'll see a lot of.
Yeah. I liked Edberg's quote I read in the paper about having to play the first match at 11 o'clock this morning. Players of this caliber aren't used to playing at 11 in the morning. They usually play later in the day or in the evening. He said, I'll play anytime they want me to. And that's a good, positive attitude. Say, if somebody's going to play at 11 o'clock, I don't mind doing that.
Well, if you play at 11 on day 13, you know you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, you bet. And if he happens to win, whoever wins has a little more rest before day 14.
Right.
Chang has tried very hard this year to improve his serving, so it's not as attackable. But as you can see, immediately, Edberg is jumping on it, trying to pressure him.
I think we'll see Michael end up hitting a pretty high percentage of first serves in because he wants to not let Edberg look at the second serve.
This early in the morning, there are people that are still drifting in to take their seats. The stadium will be quite full, though, within the hour. If you watched Stefan Edberg battle Ivan Lendl yesterday, you saw Edberg trying to attack the Lendl serve as well. Chang does not have as big a serve as Lendl. Often, when Edberg was able to do this against Ivan, Ivan would be able to blow in smoke on the very next point, hit a really big serve. Because this is going to be happening all day long, of course. Chang does not possess that serve, that big one. He can pump it in, but not with the kind of regularity that Ivan could.
Or with the pace either.
Yeah. That is a factor very much working in Edberg's favor. And it is why Michael Chang will take so much time between service points. He knows how key this is.
Pressure from Edberg. And he wins the first game of the first set.
First game.
Back at the stadium at the USTA's National Tennis Center. US Open magazine being hawked outside. Edberg and Chang inside. Edberg won the first game, first set.
Good, that quick break doesn't hurt your confidence at all, I can tell you that. And the way he did it, Edberg, good crispness on the approach shots, good volleys. Now we'll see how well he serves. It is gusty. That makes serving a little more difficult.
Foot fault called on the very first point. Edberg gets called on foot faults all the time.
He never questions it. He just knows it's going to be part of the deal.
There's a double. It's sort of a calculated risk with him, isn't it? I mean, he knows he's going to get caught sometimes doing it, but it's so important for Stefan to close tight to the net after his serve.
What's 2 inches? You know, stand back 2 more inches behind the baseline. You never have to go through that routine. He gets upset, or at least ends up serving a double. This is the one part of the game that you have complete control over: where you stand, when you serve, how high you toss it, etc.
Usually it's the right foot when he slides it forward.
Here's a look at his stance. The left foot will turn, and then the right foot comes forward, and sometimes when he brings that right foot a little too far forward, he touches that line when he strikes the ball. It's a foot fault.
You can be up in the air and have your foot over the line, and that is not a foot fault.
Love 40.
Love 40.
3 break points. Let's see where the Edberg volley lands. See, very short, and that gives Michael Chang a lot of choices. He made the very good one. 3 break points. Well, Edberg has yet to get a first serve in.
Double false game to Chang.
Well, we start all over. Tony Pickard is Stefan Edberg's coach, confidant, good pal. They have great trust and respect for one another.
Joe Chang in the white cap, and Carl is Chang's brother. He's with his hands crossed on the side. He's pretty much become Michael's hitting partner and coach. The father too, Father Joe is all part of the coaching scene here.
Edberg's shot was wide.
Had it not been wide, this would have been a point for Michael Chang. If we can show you again,
30 love.
We get the chance. He does not have to go over the net. I think now watch this. Chang's outside. The ball goes past the net post, and as long as it lands in his opponent's court on the fly like that, he would win the point. But as you can see in the upper part of your screen, Edberg's shot was called out. So this is one of those rare occasions when that would have been a good shot and it didn't go over the net. Chang loses his footing coming in here a little bit. Watch him slip. See his foot slip just a little bit, and he was off balance.
He expected a bigger reply. That's what happened. He was expecting more pace. When it sort of floated, he got caught in a funny position.
You mean he bunted it back? Chang, Michael's mother. That one gets Edberg in trouble. He does a good job just to get this one back. That's just sheer reflex. And now this one's a good night. Chang could hit that one any place he wanted to.
40-15. Double fault.
40-30.
That's Chang's first.
Both players as servers are feeling so much of the pressure
Aren't they?
from the return. And that's why this has been such a sloppy first couple of games.
And I think there's a little gusty down there too. The winds we mentioned 10 to 15 miles an hour. Could be moving the toss around a little bit.
This is one of the reasons why Stefan Edberg is still in the semifinals of the U.S. Open. His ground game has really improved in the last couple of years, so that when his serving is off, which it has been on and off all year, he still has this kind of stuff to fall back on. It gives him the idea that he can battle, even without his biggest weapon, his serve and volley. Still, that's the place to look for errors from Edberg on the baseline, and especially with what Michael gave him. Just kind of looped it deep, forcing Edberg to make pace.
That's when he makes the most mistakes, when he has to take a bigger swing at it. That flying right elbow gets away from the body, and he does make some mistakes.
Superb shot by Chang.
The best part is his footwork, how quickly he gets to this ball in time to go back cross court.
Chang leads 2-1, first set. Back at the USTA's National Tennis Center, Pat Summerall with Tony Trabert and Mary Carrillo. The first
Ready to play.
of the two men's semifinals, Michael Chang and Stefan Edberg. Chang leads 2-1.
Quiet, please.
Edberg will serve.
A lot of people still to come into the stadium, so there's going to be some confusion for quite a while until everybody gets in here.
Both players waiting a little bit for them to settle down. Some of the people who come to this match on this Super Saturday probably never go to another tennis match all year long.
I agree.
The top 4 players on hard court, a surface like this, are in the semifinals.
And take note of the fact that 2 of them are baseliners in a year when everyone was saying that the power tennis was ruining the game. Michael Chang and Jim Courier are 2 great examples
15 all.
of the return of serve game being such a key.
Courier, think about it as being a hard court player. Not Chang. You mentioned in the opening, Mary, about he's a hard court player and a good one, obviously, by that record.
Even though Chang was born in Hoboken, New Jersey, he really grew up in Southern Cal. And out there, I mean, hard courts rule.
That's it.
He's not exactly the surfer type, Michael. He's not the type of guy to go to the beach. He says, I get sick just running on the beach. Gets a little seasick.
15.
Now, on the first changer of this match, Michael Chang asked for and was denied an umbrella to shield himself from the sun. And it is sunny out here, but it's very cool. There's not a lot of heat out here.
60 degrees.
On the last, on that last changeover, he asked for a bucket of ice so that he could ice up some towels for changeovers. Already, Chang concerned, obviously, about dehydrating. He's had a history of cramping in his young career.
Bucket of ice and towels.
He's obviously, at least mentally, dug in for the long haul here.
Third double fault for Edberg.
He served 13 doubles in his 5-setter against Krajicek. That's a lot of double faults. I don't care if it's 5 sets. And some of them just like that. That wasn't even close.
I think subconsciously he has to be concerned about that foot fault.
And also the return to serve. He got hurt with a couple there, so Chang now with a break, leading with a break and serving at 3-1.
Said before that he had improved his serve. Chang now at 114 miles an hour. 2 years ago that would not have been true.
Right. There again is what Edberg said about mixing you up, trying to do different things to mess you up, and that's Chang serves a hard first serve to beat you, then he serves a kicker and comes in. So you're not going to be sure what he's trying to do.
The women's final between Arantxa Sanchez Vicario and Monica Seles. Arantxa won the French Open the same year Michael Chang did. 3 years ago, they were both 17 years old, and they have both done exactly the same things to their games in the last couple of years to make them more complete. That's why I give Arantxa Sanchez Vicario a pretty good shot at this title.
This return to serve forces Chang so wide. Edberg knows he can only go down the line, and that's why he blanketed that shot. Watch him cover to his left. He's already to the left of the center service line because he knew he had Chang late. That means he can't get it back cross court, and that worked out very nicely for him. You know, the one thing I think Chang has to be careful of is not to try to serve many aces, because in the process of trying to do that, he's going to miss too many first serves and let Edberg come in on his second serve. The key to his serving, I think, in this match will be the consistency of first serves. Hit forehand. Edberg's on his way in. He's committed, but he mishits that ball that lands short no pace on it at all, and because a little high, it gave Chang even a better angle.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station.
Cyclops has been turned off. Bruno Ribot, the umpire, felt that it missed some calls, and he phoned into the referee, who agreed to turn it off. So there's Bruno Ribot from France, one of the very best.
Thank you.
Edberg has now asked for an umbrella. He'll probably get one on the next changeover. And Edberg spent the last changeover. He brought up one of his frames over to Tony Picard, his coach. Obviously, he wants to change the tension in his racket. The conditions are very light today. There's no humidity. I guess there is some sort of heat on that court.
15 love.
And it's breezy out there, and that not only affects Stefan Edberg's toss, his high toss on his serve, but his volleying game is so precise, and against a real quick player like Chang, he feels even more pressure on the volley. So he obviously, all this minutia involved. It's an early match, and already so many variables are in place.
Edberg's toss.
It is very high. As you'll see, a long arm motion. See how he has to wait for the ball to come back down. He leaves the ground and he pulls his head down, and that's one of the reasons he serves some double faults. He doesn't keep his head up as long as he can sometimes. Doesn't see the ball as well.
That one a lot better. When he's serving with good posture, you can, even before he strikes the ball, when you see that he's got good extension, you know it's a good serve. Keeps his chin up. Much better serving game from him. The first two serving games, he'd only won 1 point.
Good deep return. 40-15.
It is actually 1-4 and 40-15. The graph we put up was a mistake. Again, a horrible missed double fault by Edberg. This is fourth. Having difficulty with the toss. And again, if you watch him, you watch how quickly he snaps his head down when he's serving. And when he does that a little too early, he has even more problems.
He's worked so hard the last 3 weeks with his coach, Tony Picard, on getting the rhythm of his serve right.
It's tougher to get good rhythm when you have that high toss because the toss varies.
That was long. Not much.
Well, he finally held his serve for the first time.
Chang leads 4-2. First set of this semifinal.
White, please. Thank you.
shows you who likes to go to the net and who doesn't, although the success ratio is pretty much the same. And that's no surprise to any of us that Edberg goes in there every chance he gets, and Chang sparingly.
A rare miss by Edberg.
And he thought Chang was going to come out of that corner, so he didn't go cross court. He had a wide open cross court. We'll take another look. If he just bunts it cross court, he has a real easy play. Instead, he went the other way and smothered it just a little, had the face closed down a little bit, and caught the net. A good break for Chang.
He knows Chang is going to chase down any volley he hits, so he tries to do too much with it. Now, when you've got a guy on the other side of the court scrambling around, you can take your eyes off the ball.
See how badly that missed volley hurts Edberg, because he could be up, it could be 15-30 right now and working on a break. Mechanically, a very sound forehand volley here by Chang. He surprises Edberg by coming in. Racket head above the hand. Good underspin on the volley for control. See, the racket head is up. Firm wrist. And he's ready in case it comes back. You know he's cheating towards it down the line because he knew Edberg would be late.
Edberg will have to do against this guy today. It was a brilliant point played by Edberg, and it still needed a couple of smacks of the ball before he finally won it. His return was brilliant. His approach shot very beautifully played, and he still had to hit another volley to finally win the point.
And that could take its toll in a long match.
Chang, and he leads 5-2 now in the first set. New York, New York. Nothing like it, and nothing like this Saturday here at the U.S. Open. Day number 13. The two men's semifinals, the women's final. Chang leads in the first set. 5-2 over Stefan Edberg.
Edberg broke the first game of the match, got a very good start. They both have umbrellas now, shading them on court changes, which we find a little strange, since when we started it was 62 degrees.
Well, they say it's very warm on the court, but there can't be that much difference.
No, when it's 62, how warm can it be?
Double fault. That's number 5 by Edberg. Still to come here later today on CBS on Super Saturday. Women's final, Celis, Sanchez Vicario, and then Chip Courier and Pete Sampras. First serve percentage.
Horrible for Edberg. 35%. Already served 5 doubles. When you play a guy like Michael Chang who can return like he just did there, you better get a higher percentage than 1 out of 3 in, or you got no hope.
Annette Edberg They got married on Easter Saturday of this year. I think one of the problems Stefan has had this year, I don't mean to blame Annette or anything, but after he got married, he wanted to spend some time with her. Obviously, you know, do the honeymoon thing. And Tony Picard really wasn't with Stefan full time until about 5 weeks ago. And as I said, they've spent an awful lot of time trying to straighten out the rhythm of this man's serve.
There's 2 break points right here and 2 set points for Chang.
Edberg's favorite serve, I mean, he loves it. His favorite serve goes right into Michael Chang's favorite return, the backhand side, the two-handed backhand. Even when he kicks it high, Chang with those 2 hands can come over it, come through it. That was the right way to go. His first ace of the day. To the forehand. 104 miles an hour, which is a lot for Edberg. He usually doesn't flatten it out this much. But having established the backhand side, it was very smart for him to go down the middle.
Where it went was the important thing. That one was close.
Again, Cyclops has been turned off, so the lines people will have to visually call the lines. Those topspin returns, you get such good angles. Edberg makes a volley. He wasn't sure where to go. And Mike, you'll see what he does here. This is the finishing shot. A little extra topspin to make it dip. Another set point.
So few players can do what Chang can do on Edberg's serve. You know, step in and take it early. Edberg is rushed on his first volleys time and time again. Edberg's only won 3 points on second serve.
If he doesn't start serving better, he may have to stay back on his second serve and try to work his way into the net. And of course, that is not what he'd like to do. So that would play into Chang's hands. That was an excellent forehand volley, a very difficult one by Edberg.
Struggle. But Edberg holds.
Saved 3 set points.
Chang serving at 5-3 in the first sets. Over on court 9, one of the women's semifinalists, Arantxa Sanchez Vicario, warming up. She just looks very confident.
She should be confident for this final. She's been playing better ball round for round than anybody else. Of course, Celis is a big favorite.
Love 15.
There's her dog, Roland. Some friends gave it to her after she won the French Open 3 years ago. Her mom, Marissa, keeping the dog on a short leash. She's actually got another dog named Garros. That one's named Roland. She's thinking of getting a third dog if she wins the title here. Roland Garros is the name we should mention of the facility at the French Open, the stadium.
An opening here for Edberg. Chang missed a high backhand volley in the first point, and then Edberg forced him to miss a passing shot, so it's love 30. Chang, father and brother. Chang did a terrific job making this approach low. Cross court stays low. It might have been long, might have been wide, but what a tremendous response by the defending champion. Gets him to 3 break points, could get him back on serve in this first set.
Chang leads 5-4 now in the first.
The advantage?
Excuse me, he had really struggled with his serve.
They both actually have struggled so much when they miss the first serve. It's receiver territory on either side. That's number 6. When both these guys miss their first serves, you got to give the slight nod to the receiver.
Wide.
Love 30.
A little show of frustration, irritation from Stefan Edberg, which you rarely see.
He's just mad at himself. He's just
Sure. Thank you.
He's accustomed to serving much more effectively than he has today, and you've got to give Chang some of that credit.
Love 40.
So with that huge mistake right there, it's 3 break points and 3 set points for Michael Chang. Tony Pickard, Edberg's coach, looking on concerned.
As if to say, what is going on here?
White please. $15-40.
Still 2 set points for Chang. Tough things about playing a guy like Chang is you get so few cheap points. He's going to make you earn it.
That's wide.
Boy, what a terrific volley.
30-40.
Deep, very deep in the corner. Had Chang on the run. When you hit a ball with that kind of pace and that deep, you take some of your opponent's possibilities away. And that way you know what to cover. And in that case, he had to cover down the line in case Chang was able to pull it off.
White, please.
Tremendous play right here. We talk about the shaky forehand. That was not shaky on that shot at all. And
tremendous play by both players.
absolutely. And fortunately, Chang is okay. He lets go of the racket. Sometimes when they hold on to the racket and roll like that, their fingers get caught under the grip and they can scrape them pretty badly. I think he let go in time.
Edberg has had 6 set points saved so far, all on his serve. His second ace of the day.
Advantage Edberg.
This is only the second one. Gets this one wide. Right into the corner. Obviously fooled Chang. So now Edberg, Houdini, has a chance to get even in his first set and get out of trouble again. But he keeps hitting that tape with the first serve. Just inches off. Seventh ace.
Again.
I'm sorry, double fault. Seventh double fault. Look, he'd like to bite that chain in two.
A show of disgust again from Edberg that you rarely see.
He showed an awful lot of emotion against Ivan Lendl in winning that one, and against Lendl he faced 4 match points.
And that serve missed by 6 or 8 feet.
He even kissed the net. The match against Lendl. That's emotion.
Oh man, that rhythm he's just lost.
Advantage Chang.
This is the time when you got to kick the first serve in. You say, look, I got to get out of this syndrome of serving doubles. I got to spin it.
He's trying. He's trying to do that. He's not even going for a big ones. He's not even getting close.
But he's hitting the first serve harder than he needs to. And again, that's credit to Chang. Now again, set point number 7 in this first set for Chang.
Edberg took a little more time between serves.
Chang's got to be wondering what he has to do to convert. That's right. You better try something. Say bring that toss down a little bit might help him. Don't toss it quite so high, but he's not going to change that here. This actually is a better toss. This was not as high as his previous tosses. Better control. And he makes an excellent first serve, and it pays off for him. stayed on that side, covered down the line, this next one right here, but he was fooled, as you said, Pat. He still couldn't convince himself he was going that way. Here's Edberg. That volley wasn't quite deep enough. Now watch where he stays. He stays on that side, but he wasn't committed that he was coming down the line.
Advantage Edberg.
I wonder if Edberg's first serve percentage is even 35% at this stage. 45, they tell me. Surprises me because it's hard to remember when you've gotten any first serves.
That's just been really in this last game.
Yeah, and the deuce court, he's had some beauties.
Send you down to Andrea Joyce.
Pat, as you might guess, the Chang family is very nervous watching Michael in his first ever U.S. Open semifinal. Michael, on the other hand, is faring a lot better. I just spoke a couple of minutes ago to his brother and coach, Carl. Carl says he woke up this morning, he was very focused and very calm, and that his attitude, Michael's attitude, is, hey, I'm going to go for it. I've got nothing to lose. After all, not a whole lot of people out there expect me to beat the #2 player in the world. Back upstairs to you guys.
Thank you, Andrew. Chang serving.
You know, if Edberg does manage to win this first set, psychologically it could be tremendous for him because he really has not served well at all. Pretty obvious. He's already served 8 double faults and only 2 aces. He has saved 7 set points, I believe. So that could really be a big boost to him.
He's competing well. That's what he likes most about his tennis in this fortnight. This guy's a pretty good competitor too.
You won't turn Michael Chang off, but that can't help his psyche much if he lets this set get away. Chang really closed well to finish that point. For a fellow that they say doesn't like to be at the net that much, watch how he handles this one. Watch where he is when he makes a volley. Now, it's very close to the net. Closed in beautifully, had plenty of pace on his volley. And he was able to do that because he was close enough to get the ball above the height of the net.
30-15. 5-all first set.
Well, you talk about the court coverage of Chang. That's what saves him here, his ability to get to the ball.
40-30.
Wide, he's in the alley there on that side. He should be out of it right here, but no, look at his footwork, and watch this one. Perfect. And he likes it. He knows how important it is. See how quickly he changed directions and on balance.
Even to celebrate, he did that.
Kept that nice low center of gravity.
Yeah. Chang. He leads 6-5 in the first.
His right thumb, and we were told that they put a little antiseptic on it. And here we go, Edberg at 5-6, trying to take this first set to a tie break.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please be quiet? Players are ready.
Thank you.
Very crisp.
Yeah, Edberg picked that one, didn't he?
15 love.
And again, he went for a very hard volley because he has so much respect for the movement of Michael Chang.
He's been flattening out his serves in the last few games. I think he feels that it's an easier rhythm to get back into. I mean, he totally lost his rhythm trying to kick it.
Very close second serve.
30 love.
Michael Chang likes a target, and he has one right here. The ball was pretty deep by Edberg, didn't have tremendous pace on it, but still an excellent shot by Chang to pull it off.
Key to Edberg's serving patterns is the wide slice on this deuce court and then pulling Chang wide off his forehand, and he just has not been able to get that in enough. Such an underrated serve. And he should really, to my mind, do that again and again as much as he can. That wide slice, as good a returner as Chang is, it opens up the court for Edberg. Third ace of the day, and he went for his favorite serving side there to the Chang backhand.
Tie break time.
And that means the first player to wins 7 points with at least a 2-point advantage will win this first set.
Chang's record, you saw. He'll start off serving to Stefan Edberg. 2011 and 1992 tie breaks.
The only tie break that Edberg had won coming into this match was when he played against Ivan Lendl yesterday, and it was a beauty for him.
The Chang return stretches Edberg out. It's low enough that Edberg can't get much on the volley. It was low. Gives Chang time to get over to get it with choices, meaning he could go cross court down the line or try to hit a topspin lob. Watch where Chang is when he takes this thing well inside the baseline, shoulder height, and just pummels it. Good racket preparation. He only weighs 145 pounds, but he got about 150 into that one.
Yeah. Both feet off the ground. Two all. First set tiebreak, Edberg and Chang.
Been playing almost an hour and 10 minutes and haven't completed one set yet. Edberg prefers to go cross court with his forehand volley. This one he tries to go down the line.
That was a bit of a break for Edberg. A very makeable forehand from Chang.
Players change ends. Chang really worked his point around very nicely and missed the easiest of his shots right here. He has a choice, and if he just got over the net, you see where Edberg was covering the down the line shot. So the players have changed ends after 6 points. And it is 3-all in the tie break. That should help Edberg, knowing that he's never lost a tie break to Chang.
Chang.
It's a tremendous return of serve. Chang seems to be increasing the pace on his return of serves.
6-3. Chang.
This is a big point for Chang, because if he gets to 6-3, even if Edberg wins his 2 service points, Chang will still be serving for the first set. Three set points now for Chang.
Well, Edberg has gotten out of some deep trouble before. Set point number 8.
He saved 7 set points on his own serve. This is danger time.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station. Chang wins the first set.
He better do an awful lot more of that.
And that.
Yeah. That first set taught this man one thing. It's that he cannot afford to miss a lot of first serves. 3 in a row in this opening game. What a nice clean start after what has to be a pretty disappointing first set. It was only the fact that this guy wants to hold on to his title here that he even made it close.
Well, he got 4 straight first serves in that first game of the second set and won it. Chang won the first set.
15.
This is in the second set, the action of the first of the 2 men's semifinals today on Super Saturday on CBS. Michael Chang, Stefan Edberg. Pete Sampras out practicing. He'll play Jim Courier.
Got to talk to him about his shorts.
Why?
Looked a little baggy to me there for.
That's the look.
Yeah, he is. Now this guy is sort of a surfer dude. He is a very mellow fellow.
And before they get into action, the women's final. Monica Seles against Arantxa Sanchez Vicario.
Nothing mellow there, boy. There's going to be all kinds of little motors running in both players. That's going to be an intense match, I think.
That one's after this one. This one a long way from being over.
30.
The point is one thing. I want you to see again what happens after the point is over. Edberg, watch this, and watch Chang. Tweak.
Pretty sweet, isn't it, to see that
nice
gesture? I mean, it's first Grand Slam semifinal at the U.S. Open for Michael Chang.
They are human beings and nice people.
And they are both so respectful of each other's talents and personalities.
Edberg.
Chang actually played that last point as well as you could, except missing the little volley. Little slow chip cross court by Edberg, and it's sinking quickly, so Michael closes right in. He knows Edberg is coming toward the net, so he wants to just push it down the line and make it land behind where Edberg would be in the court, but he caught the tape. Break point.
Something to see Chang serve and volley. I mean, that's a 94-mile-an-hour serve, but it was well placed. You know, it wasn't a huge serve, but he knew that it was going to get him to the net in good stead, and he was right there for it.
And he also caught Edberg by surprise, who didn't expect him to come forward.
Exactly. A year ago, he wouldn't be doing that. The announcement going on about the grandstand court is what shook up Chang a little bit.
The grandstand, of course, joins the stadium.
That's sort of bad luck for Michael. That's his second double fault, and he was really bothered by that announcement. He's in trouble. Second look at the game for Edberg.
They both stayed back for a long time.
Well-constructed point.
2-love.
Talk about how exacting the Edberg volleys are. That one was right on the sideline.
And not his favorite direction off that forehand volley.
But he knows that's just how well he must volley against Chang.
Edberg leads 2-love. Second set, Chang won the first set.
It was called as his fourth ace.
Chang didn't agree.
It's like 2 inches out, isn't it? Yeah. You saw that right up the line?
Sure, 100% sure. He's not gonna get an overrule. And Stefan Edberg has now served in 5 straight first serves. I was mentioning how the rest of his game has held him up and kept this match close, but his confidence lifts considerably when his serve does all that kind of work. Another first serve in.
30.
Actually, I don't think it's as gusty down there now as it was earlier. The flags are not standing straight out anymore. And and that might be aiding him as well.
What a difference this set has been. 7 for 7 on serves now. He knew what went wrong in that first.
He sure did.
He knows better than all of us.
That's tough.
He's had a pretty bad year in the slams, Chang. I saw that match against Krajicek, and of course the big serve is what helped Krajicek win that one. Against Nicholas Kulti, that I felt again. Kulti, another big server. That was the best match of the French Open, in my opinion. At Wimbledon in the first round, the reason he lost to Jeremy Bates was essentially, I mean, he's still not used to playing on the grass. He doesn't have the same kind of footing. He's still not quite used to the bad bounces. I mean, this man relies on a good bounce and sure footing. All of which is to say that they were all explainable. Every one of his losses. This is his best showing in the slam this year, but his losses were, if not predictable, understandable.
Chang now down 3 break points. He's already down a service break. So Edberg would love to get one here and be serving with a 4-love lead in the second set, having lost the first in a tie break. Chang went for a sneaky fastball and was called a let. He didn't think it touched the top of the net going over. 113 miles an hour. Still 2 break points for Edberg. Tough to have to keep coming up with those good passing shots. That's the way basically Chang plays the game.
Oh, good shot by Edberg.
I should say.
4-love he leads. The NFL on CBS continues tomorrow with regional action. Most of you will see Dallas take on the New York Giants, or Atlanta against Washington. Check your local listings for the game and time in your area. The day gets underway at 12:30 Eastern Time with Greg Gumbel and Terry Bradshaw bringing you the NFL today. The last word before kickoff. We've got the last word here in tennis. Chang won the first set. Edberg serving at 4-love in the second.
That's only the 7th point Michael Chang has won in his second set.
15.
The Chang gang watching on and realizing that Stefan Edberg, the first 2 serve percentages, look how much better he's doing. The first 2 games of set 1. Remember, Edberg had only won 1 point, and I think that's what screwed him up. For the rest of that set, he was always playing catch-up. He had lost, he had no confidence in his serving game. And in fact, in this game now, he's missed 2 first serves. And he has not won many points at all when he's had to deliver that second one. Not many at all. So as soon as he puts in that second one, put a couple of bucks on Chang to win the point.
Three break points now for Chang. Love 40. Oh, was that good? Huge forehand by Chang.
15.
And watch the reflex backhand volley. He didn't do anything but use the speed on the ball. There'll be very little racket motion on this backhand volley. He knocked the racket head back a little bit. It was hit so hard.
And just like that, it's 30-40 still.
Still down a break point.
Now watch out.
He's already served 8 double faults, but hasn't served one recently.
An escape artist.
Yes, indeed. That was a short approach by Chang. Not a bad play going in, but he'd like to head his approach out a little deeper.
When he held off those 4 match points against Ivan Lendl, 2 of those points were on his own second serve. He has had some lucky escapes. To make your own luck.
Yeah.
It's an old saying that's very, very true, and that's what this guy has done.
Edberg has the advantage, leading 4-love. Second set. Chang won the first set.
Watch Chang blanket this net. Nice deep approach. Hit that one too short, and he gave Edberg one more chance, but that was a beauty. Good mechanics on the volleys, Michael Chang.
Advantage, Edberg.
108, 108 miles an hour for Edberg on that first serve.
Tremendous court coverage by that young man. Watch where he finishes here, outside the doubles alley by 2 or 3 yards, recovers in plenty of time to jump all over that short one. He's behind the alley there. He ends up outside the alley there. No big deal. Just saunter back and get it on the top of the bounce.
He makes even the best volleyers in the world have to hit a couple of extra ones. And they're not always up to it.
Advantage Chang.
Again, Edberg thought he had wrong-footed Chang. He got back to that ball down the line in plenty of time on good balance. Break point.
Very nearly got there.
And in a way, it was well worth the effort for him to caper after this shot, because even though he doesn't win this point, he's sending the message to Edberg that says, you better make that first volley very, very good. And of course, that could force Edberg to overplay the first volley. It's why it is worth it to chase down shots, to throw a racket, across the court, just to let somebody know, hey, you're going to have to do even better, because I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
The top of the tape and fell back on Edberg's side.
Advantage Chang.
Good smash. Chang was there. Good deep approach. Ooh, see that thing tried to roll over and bounce back.
Yesterday against Lindell, it went over.
Yep.
That's when he kissed the net.
It's a love-hate relationship.
Today there was no embrace. Still to come, Celis Sanchez Vicario. Women's final. After that, the other men's semi. Courier and Sampras.
Most players down 4-love in a set, especially over obviously 3 out of 5 sets, may have given up that set, dropping the battle in an effort to win the larger war. But I think that Chang suspects that Edberg's serve could still be fragile. He's got one break back, and he figures if he can hold here, he's still got a good look at this second set.
Sort of delayed and tried to sneak in that time, but Chang made too good a shot. I don't know if Chang saw him coming or that was just a shot he chose to make, but it was a beauty.
It looked like a little bit of indecision on Edberg's part about whether to come in or not.
When he realized he hit it so deep, he thought maybe I can sneak in and he'll try to sort of hit it high enough to get depth himself.
40-15.
You'll see Edberg trying to close, and Chang has the answer with the top spin lob. Edberg keeps on coming forward. Whoops. I'm dead.
It's a great play from Michael Chang. I mean, he knows that second serve is sort of sitting there for Edberg. So he knows there's going to be a lot of forward activity. Now let's see if Chang is right. Let's see if Edberg's service game is fragile. So far, so good.
15.
I think Edberg's actually getting that toss a little too far into the court on some of those first serves. Toss that ball too far forward. It's very difficult not to get over the top of it and bring it down. That's what he's doing. He's missing most of his first serves into the tape. See the server, Edberg, getting 3 tennis balls, looking at them and discarding one. He wants the fastest ones. He wants the ones where the nap is the snuggest on the tennis ball, will go faster through the air.
Edberg's only won 1 point on second serve this set. Very clean on first serve.
Speaking of clean, I like how cleanly Chang has made the return to serve. I mean, even those he doesn't make or win, he really hit it right on the nose.
Yeah.
At the U.S. Open after this word from your local station at the National Tennis Center. Edberg and Chang, first of the 2 men's semifinals. Chang won the first set. That went to a tie break. Edberg up 5-2 in the second.
Pull that one off, you have to make the perfect drop shot so that by the time your opponent gets there, it's very low. See the Edberg drop shot right here. It bounces right here. It bounces up. See, it's too deep. Chang gets here in plenty of time. He could do anything he wants with that one.
Minnesota leading California. This is baseball, of course, the American League. Top of the fourth, Kent Herbeck, Minnesota's first baseman, expected out for the rest of the season with a right shoulder injury suffered last night. For a great big guy, he seems to get hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Further information about that is that that shoulder was aggravated last night. The injury goes all the way back to spring training.
Chang is doing his best to make Edberg have to serve to win this second set, and at that rate he would start serving the first game of the third set.
Chang, 5-3.
Not many players can generate this much pace on a high backhand. Watch this ball is in relationship to Chang's body. See, it's up around the shoulders, and he gets terrific pace and obviously good direction on that one to hold serve.
You stop that replay right before impact of the ball off Chang's racket. You think, well, Edberg should win this point.
Yeah, exactly.
He just surrenders nothing, Michael Chang. And that's what's been so frustrating for Edberg. Constant application of pressure.
Well, you get no cheap ones. You got to earn them, earn them. That gets hard to do.
Just a couple of forehands that Chang missed in the first set that I can remember.
Two missed backhand volleys in a row. Normally his most consistent volley.
Yeah, his backhand volley is definitely the better side. But again, it's very exacting. He always tries to hit it just square on, and that's the price you pay for precision engineering, especially when you're being rushed by the guy on the other side.
Points now for Chang to get him back on serve in the second set. At one stage, Edberg led 4-love and was serving for 5-love. Now he's in trouble.
Edberg and Chang in the first men's semifinal.
Now from Chang.
15-love.
Talked in the first set about the psyche of both players. If Edberg were able to get out and win that set, if Chang can win this set, that'll really be a blow to Edberg's confidence. As you can see, the stadium is pretty well packed now.
Accommodates about 20,000. Oh, good return by Edberg.
30-15.
Smooth stroke here by Edberg. Doesn't overplay it. Nice follow through down the line.
It was a 94-mile-an-hour serve. Edberg likes using pace. Chang, if he's going to go to that side, might think of kicking that a little bit more or slicing it out. He had a chance there. He went to the forehand again, and he took about 10 miles an hour off the serve. and got an easier reply from Edberg. But he blew the second ball.
Set point now for Edberg. 14 seconds.
Oh boy, he pulled up on that one, Edberg.
I think that Edberg thought Chang was going to sneak his way into the net, and he tried to sort of roll it and get it down short. And Michael was not coming. So again, what
you look at the serve, 79 miles an hour. I think that fooled him.
Yep. Well, you need to be able to put that overhead away, which Edberg did not do here. Not the easiest of overheads. And then this, of course, is a sitter. Though a lot of players know a high backhand volley is difficult to handle.
He mishit that overhead.
It's going down the right side. It's a little difficult to handle, but he would normally make that.
It could have cost him the set. If he could have that one back, Troy.
5-all now in the second.
How quickly a couple of service breaks can disappear. That's why you're never safe till you get in the locker room. 4-love in serving. Looked like Edberg was cruising to win the second set and level the match. Now he's serving at 5-all in the second.
5, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. 5, please.
Missed it.
Love 15.
Boy, Edberg's missed a lot of high volleys. 5 high volleys in the last couple of games. Unforced errors you see there. For as good a player as Edberg is in a net rusher, you just don't see him miss that many easy volleys. Again, there was, I think, a toss that seemed to be too far into the court. And tendencies to pull it down, and there you see points won in second serves, only about a third of them. Tremendous effort by Chang. Fabulous try. I mean, most players wouldn't even gone for this last ball. Look at him put the brakes on. Gets there. Now watch this one. He's in one alley. The ball is behind him. And he says, I'm going to chase that one too. I did that at Love 4, and here I am back in the set.
Behind the back. Double fault by Edberg.
Ninth double fault. Hadn't served one of those in several games.
First one of this set. He's feeling it. Staring at him.
Oh my God.
Great stuff.
Chang won the first set 7-6, winning the tiebreak 7 points to 3. Down Love 4 in the second set, 2 breaks, and here he is serving at 5-6.
What Chang was really doing on that last point, though, in a way, was saying, you know, I'm on you. I'm on you. I'm going to make you hit so many balls. That spiked ball of Edberg's, he thought would finish the point for me. He had to make another one. And that's the message this guy just keeps sending across.
That last point of the last game. Watch Edberg's racket here. See if he reaches over the net. Now he touches it on his side. That's legal. Then you can follow through past the imaginary line of the net. You cannot reach across the net and make contact with the tennis ball unless it's landed on your side and bounce back because of spin and or wind.
So there was nothing wrong with
what
he did.
No, that was totally legal.
It was a very loose forehand.
Actually, as Mary said several times, I think Stefan's hitting the forehand better than he has. He's been much more consistent and more solid with it. A few times he's hit a little off center in rallies. It's pretty much stayed in play.
I honestly think Edberg's ground game is better than, I mean, a year ago he played brilliant tennis to win this thing. But his ground game has improved. It's his serving that's killing him and making these matches so tight. I think his return to serves are looking very sharp, and his, as I said, off the ground, he's a notch up.
I think it's important to point out, too, that as we talk about a weak forehand or a weaker forehand or whatever, this is a guy's ranked #2 in the world. Obviously does it all pretty darn well, but if you got to play against him, you try to find the weaker areas, places where you think you have a chance to exploit him.
Pete Sampras is in the other semi against Jim Courier. He, too, has really picked up his ground game.
for Edberg. All right, now, Mary, who's that applause for? Is it for Chang to get it to deuce, or is it for Edberg to take this thing to a set apiece?
No, I think it's for Edberg. I think the fans want to see more match. We'll find out.
Ball change. New ball.
I want to take a look at the Edberg serve when we get a chance. The difference between the toss, the first and second serve. Here's the first serve on the right. And you see how far into the court he is there. Sometimes he throws it farther than that. This is the second serve where he doesn't throw it as far into the court so he can brush up and over the ball to get more kick on it, get more spin, lift. So normally the first serve is tossed toward the net a little bit more than the second one.
That was called wide.
Overruled by Bruno.
Overruled.
No way, Stefan. The ball is even before the line. I'm not 100% sure about this one. No way.
I'm not. It's the first overrule you've done on man.
It's pretty tough to tell on a replay. Let's take a look at this one, see this angle.
You hear Edberg still speaking a bit with Bruno Ribot, and his attitude is
First it was called out, and
Yeah.
then it was overruled, and Edberg said something, that's the first overrule you have made.
right.
That was a violent argument as far as Edberg is concerned.
That's a lovely part about Edberg. He says his piece without any overture of demand. He just registers his complaint and gets on with it. And it's a valid one. That was pretty close. But obviously Bruno Ribot in the chair thought he had a good look at it.
At least it was on the close sideline for the umpires as against the far sideline where
Exactly.
I don't think any umpire can see it unless it's way out. 30-all. That's a lot in 2 sets in a game. Break point for Chang.
Chang wins the first game.
One of the few times Edberg has approached right down the center, trying to cut down the angles. This is straight down the middle. Chang says, I'll just give you a topspin lob. Gets another swing at it.
I was kind of waiting for Edberg to do that. I mean, if you're playing a man who's got such a great running game, take it away from him by centering the ball down the middle. Another one.
Smart play.
It's very smart play.
Low 30.
Michael Chang has made so much money with his feet. And Edberg, by placing the ball down the middle, takes that great strength away and forces Chang to do things that he doesn't really feel that comfortable doing. At this point, he came to the net. And this will also allow, he can come into the net behind a centered ball himself. And that'll take away angles, passing shot angles from Chang.
Been to the net 109 times, Edberg.
15.
Again, that's a great serve to Edberg, a 68-mile-an-hour looping serve to the Edberg forehand. It's so funny. Again, we're seeing 139-mile-an-hour serves from Richard Krajicek. The worst way to hurt Stefan Edberg is to hit one up.
Give him the slow curve.
Slow curveball to the forehand side.
In a breezy day, let the wind blow it a little bit too. I think that's one of the reasons Edberg has missed some of those real high sitter volleys. They're not struck very hard, and the wind jostles around just enough. If you don't watch it carefully, it's easy to miss it. Two break points now for Edberg. Michael's brother, his constant companion. He always looks concerned. Doesn't matter what's going on.
Well, that tactic worked for an entire game. We'll see if he changes things around now, Michael, because he will react to those strategies.
Right now to Andrea Joyce.
Well, Pat, we are out on the grandstand court playing a little bit of Where's Waldo, Ralph, Tom, Paul, and all the other linesmen who are usually out here. This is the Men's Masters Championship being officiated by TEL, a computerized line calling system. What it is that they have magnetic coils buried underneath the lines, metal chips in the balls, and it works like a metal detector. Now, Rebel Good is the chair umpire, the only human official out here. He's in charge of the computer, which calls the line calls, and it beeps if the ball actually hits the line. He admits to being a little bit lonely out here, but enjoys being on the cutting edge of tennis technology. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Andrea. I'm not sure if that's a wave or something that's going to happen in the future. I don't think the USTA is quite sure about that. It's been tested, been used in the stadium and grandstand throughout this championship.
Not officially. They're just using it and testing and see what the results are. And at the end of the 2 weeks, they'll compile all the results.
Yeah, on court 16 and 17, too, at times throughout this fortnight. They have to process all the data and see just how it works, how well it works.
Games are 1-all, third set. Sets are 1-all.
30-15.
It's that close, not because everyone's on serve, but because there have been 11 breaks of serve back and forth.
Beautiful, clear day, just a little breeze. Perfect. Edberg. He leads 2-1, third set. And again, the ever shuffling crowd here in the stadium. Players wait for them to settle. They'll wait a long time.
King on the left, and Bud Collins down there on the right-hand side. Broadcaster, writer, tennis hacker at his own description.
Wonderful hats.
Bud has already had a busy day today. He is the founder and the guy who runs the U.S. Hopeless tennis tournament. That happened starting at 9:15 this morning. All the media out on the outside courts. Bud conceived the event, and it's one of the great parts of the U.S. Open every single year.
Championship hat he's wearing.
Yeah, he likes that one.
Three break points for Edberg.
That Edberg has beaten Chang's serve.
Look at the approach here. And this looked like it was going to be a very effective topspin lob, but Edberg got back so well on the move forward. Kept his head up very nicely to watch that ball carefully, and he's gotten the service break.
Very graceful. Aces, that's only 100 miles an hour, but well placed again. Only 100 miles.
Yeah, I was going to say that. That's humming pretty good, really, when you think about it. Think about you driving down 95, Highway 95, going about 70, 75, and that serve goes by you about 25 miles an hour faster.
Well, I would never do that, but of course I can imagine it.
Take a look at how Edberg deals with this last point. The serve keeps moving forward and then angles that backhand volley. Again, not much of a volleying motion on those quick shots. Get that racket head out and direct the ball well.
Talk about the speed of the serve. What about the return?
Well, look at there's no preparation for Chang that time. He hardly took any backswing, just used the pace on the serve.
Open after this word from your local station.
To both players for obvious reasons, but historically only one player has beaten Michael Chang when Chang's led 2-1. That was Tim Mayotte on grass at Wimbledon. This guy is a tough 5-setter, as we all know.
Chang serving to Edberg. Edberg leading 4-1 in the second set. Third set. Make that. Sets are 1-all.
Michael Chang has only won half of his service games.
We keep impressing just how important the first serve has been in this match for both players, because both are such good attackers of the second serve. Edberg's serve still isn't even up that high. It's only at 50%, but as long as he's got about a 50% serve percentage, the rest of his game elevates appreciably. I mean, he just seems now to be hitting a cleaner ball. He's taking it earlier, striking it crisper. He doesn't have to worry about it so much.
Great shot.
In a way, the second serve of Chang is a trick. You know, he knows it's going to get Edberg in, and he wants to be able to stop the Edberg momentum, the forward momentum, by lobbing it over his head. He's done that a number of times today. Chang needed an easy hold if he's got any shot at this third set.
You know, when you're a net rusher, you know you're going to miss some volleys. You know they're going to get some lobs over your head. You're going to get past some. You want to get the best percentage you can. Chang says, I'm on a baseline making passing shots. I'm going to miss some, but I have to make a good percentage to be successful. So they don't get turned off by just getting passed or lobbed over or missing a few passing shots.
A good first serve by Edberg. 15-love. This the third set, 2-5. Still ahead, as I just said a moment ago. Coming up, Celis Sanchez Vicario, the women's final. And then after that, Courier and Sampras to play the winner of this. And tomorrow here on CBS, of course, after the NFL, the men's championship, scheduled at 4 o'clock.
Nice job by Chang at the net. He got down very nicely so he could follow that ball on these two volleys. Watch how he gets low on this one. Nicely done. Bent those knees to get the eyes down the flight of the ball. You can follow it better. Nice underspin on the volley for control. When that ball gets below the top of the net, if you volley with a flat face, it's going to fly on you. Very difficult to control it. You need to have a little bit of underspin. Take some speed off as it travels.
That's good.
Just wonder how many times Michael Chang is going to be able to come up with that over the course of 5 sets. Edberg's cleaned up his game a bit, and this surface really favors the all-court player. I mean, that's the essence of the superiority of, you know, a serve and volley player over a baseliner. Positionally, you're just in better shape. It's what Martina Navratilova and Chris Evert, those matches are all about. You know, can you really, you can pass me for a set or two. Can you pass me for 3? It was the essence of McEnroe-Borg.
Good approach shot by Edberg.
The match summary. First serve percentage, Chang 68, Edberg 50. 10 double faults. Look how many times Edberg has been to net.
No surprise that Chang's got a lot more forehand winners than Edberg.
I think Chang knew as soon as he hit that one it was going to go long. He tried to put a little body English on it.
He hoped.
Edberg doesn't try to go for an awful lot of winners off his forehand side, and Chang has hit an awful lot of forehand winners trying to pass this guy.
Surprised Edberg wasn't over there covering that after his volley.
16-30.
He makes such a good volley here that he pretty much eliminates the possibility of Chang going back cross court, and he didn't get over to cover it.
Again, I think it's just a way of respecting the fact that Chang can move so quickly. He can get it cross court where most can't.
Oh, what a shot that is.
Again, most players forced in a defensive position well beyond the baseline. They do not have control of the rally at this point. But Michael did such a good effort of getting to the ball in time, getting behind it, that he's got all kinds of options.
He could clear to 7 feet there. 2 break points.
There's the break. Edberg leads 5-4 after that break now. In the third set, Chang will serve at 4-5 in the third.
Boy, he was lucky, Stefan Edberg, because he really mishit that return. It looks like he's going to try to center the ball again in this return game.
He was successful earlier with that tactic.
It worked again. Chang finally giving up the short ball, and Edberg able to apply the pressure.
See if Chang serves the forehand again like he did here in the last point.
Another one, an approach up the middle. You approach someone up the middle, as Edberg did so well there, and all of a sudden, Chang's got to come up with the angle. He's got to create it out of nothing. And that drew the unforced error and a set point for a 2-1 lead in this semifinal.
Still set point.
Edberg really upset with that shot because he wasn't trying to do too much with it.
Exactly. It's where Chang really wants to get a first serve in. Just spin it in so Edberg can't be attacking right off the bat. Now you've got to figure that Edberg's going to try to come in.
You know he's going to be ready. Watch this, the way he prepares to rush it.
Oh, what a marvelous shot under pressure. Edberg would love to have this approach all day long. Short serve. Good racket preparation, and even falling backwards, Chang able to get terrific pace on his passing shot. A good angle. The ball landed in the corner of the service square. Deuce. I think Chang knew that if he served the Edberg forehand, it's going to come down the line, so he set up for the two-hander, but he just got it too high. Again, set point. This is the third one in this game for Edberg. I think that ball ticked the top of the net. I think that the Chang pass just touched the net enough to throw Edberg off.
I think that's why Edberg slapped the net. That net's been kind to him, too. Yeah, I think it did.
Not much, just enough to throw the timing off. The ball hits a little above center. And
against Lendl, he kissed the net.
yeah. Depends how the net treats you.
That's right.
Can be fickle.
Advantage Chang.
They've seen Chang do this so many times, the Chang family.
Sure.
From the most precarious positions in a set, in a match. This guy hangs around. Comeback kid.
Well, they both are.
That's very true. Two very different Houdinis.
Why, please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Been out for just over 3 hours. We're trying to complete the third set. These are long sets.
Love.
Now that's as good as it gets.
30 love.
Absolutely classic serve and volley stuff. 102-mile-an-hour serve. Did a lot of the damage on this. But nice that he went behind Chang on the first volley. It's not easy to get past Chang. Again, his center of gravity is so low that he can turn on a dime, spin around and spit the ball by you.
Again, a high backhand, absolutely blistered by Chang. This one right here, I know the next one. And it's tough to take the high one and go down the line. Perfect placement.
It is. That's just what Chang does on the Edberg serve. Most people allow that ball to spin out. He jumps on top of it at the top of the, right there again. Right at the top of its bounce. Chang attacks, robbing Edberg of time and getting a jump on the
Also gives him a better angle down into the opponent's court.
Well, that's the thing. He's not a, I mean, Edberg is many inches taller than Michael Chang. He doesn't have the height. But by jumping up in the air and taking the ball at the height of its bounce, he's able to drive down on the ball. Makes him taller.
Having two hands on the racket helps.
Exactly. He's got that upper body strength off the backhand side. Edberg continues to serve there on the ad court because that's his favorite serve.
Double. 11.
Yeah.
30-40.
And a huge break point here for Michael Chang.
He had a hard time starting the first set, Edberg, and now in the last two sets he's had a very difficult time closing. And it's those ebbs and flows that have kept us so close.
Well, we've seen him make that shot.
Yeah.
Well inside the baseline.
Again, he jumps up in the air to take it up nice and high and get that extra purchase on the ball. Took the gamble and lost it.
Chang would be a good player if he just tried a little bit, you know? And boy, if you could teach every youngster just that, chase it until it bounces twice, you'd be amazed at how many balls you can catch up to. Edberg has advantage trying to take a 6-5 lead in this third set.
Game to Edberg, and he leads 6-5 in the third. Sets are 1-all.
Edberg leads by 6-10 to 5. Love.
This is an awfully good attempt at a passing shot. Nice and low with plenty of pace, and for once Chang gets the luck. We laugh at it. They all say I'm sorry. They don't mean it. They're half tickled to death to make that point. One of the few attempts at a topspin lob you'll ever see from Stefan Edberg. He just doesn't have the grips to make those heavy tops like the guys with more of a Western grip. This is like a shake hands grip. Good pressure by Chang.
30-15.
Had Edberg a couple of yards behind the baseline trying to make a passing shot.
fault. 30 and rare for Michael Chang. That's only 3.
It's interesting to watch Edberg when he's going to attack the second serve. He stands a little bit behind the baseline. He takes a couple of short steps backward, and then he starts charging forward and getting a good running start. We'll see that happening again, perhaps, if Chang doesn't make his first serve. Boy, I thought Edberg would take that previous shot and come in behind it. It's nice and high.
40-30.
We keep talking about Chang's foot speed and how tough it is to end a point on him. Perfect example. This would normally be a winner. Look where he is in a doubles alley and ends up knocking off a winner.
He gives the first big effort, then he has a second effort to give, then he gives a third effort too.
Quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
You know, you talk about the foot speed. Yes, he does. He does have that, but he also has that ability to stop very quickly and turn and go in the other direction
Great traction.
full speed.
Good traction.
You need traction and a ladder for that.
He just ran out of court. He would have gotten that back. He was headed for the mezzanine, and Chang still didn't give up on it. The bounce overhead, and he still gave it a look.
Head-to-head tie breaks. Edberg leads Chang 2-1.
Edberg. 2-0 Edberg. First set went to a tie break.
Obviously, Chang does not want to serve the second serve to the Edberg backhand because he's so comfortable with that little underspin coming in behind it. So he does go to the forehand, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Edberg.
Pancho Segura, one of the all-time greats, popular tennis player all over the world.
He could scramble. He was a lot like Chang.
Yeah, and Jack Kramer described his two-handed forehand as the greatest single shot ever developed in tennis.
He looks like he runs everything. Edberg. His 6 days.
5-0 Edberg.
Let's see if he fools Chang. If Chang moves towards the center, he did take a step with his left foot just enough. When he broke it away, as Mary, you suggested, that one was a little more up the sideline, so we got a little better angle. So 6-0 in this tie break. Obviously, these are set points. 5-0, I beg pardon, 5-0.
You were right all along.
Thanks, Pat. What a tremendous backhand. You can be a little more relaxed when you've got 5-0 lead. Look at this one. And even as fast as Chang is, he couldn't get to it and make a shot.
This is what Tony Picard has been stressing to Edberg all year long. You know, that if you guts out the match, just stay in there, even when your serve is failing you. Tony says, maybe I put a little bit of belief in this guy. You know, that he actually could stay down there and create stuff off the ground, not just from the net.
I don't think you can get to be number 2 in the world or number 1 as he's been with just a serve and volley. He always had a terrific backhand. Set points.
Yeah, but we remember so many times, Tony, when this guy would be down and out, you know, and get that hang dog look on his face, Edberg. If things weren't going right on his serve, you know, it would seem like he'd just go away.
Yep.
And that's just not true anymore. He has proven time and again in this U.S. Open that he can battle.
Experience.
Yeah, he's growing up. Just couldn't get it away from Chang, could he?
No. He was not quite in position to get all he wanted on it, stabbing at it. And Chang has won the last 2 points. Again, real good racket preparation.
Point, please. Thank you.
Speaking about not going away, that guy is not going to quit on you ever,
No.
which you wouldn't expect anyway.
You just can't give Chang too many chances to hit a passing shot.
Yeah, but watch where Chang is when he makes this final shot. He's about 4 or 5 yards behind the baseline and picks the opening. And that's 3 set points saved by Chang.
Point, please. Thank you.
And even if Chang wins these 2 points on his serve, Edberg still has another set point on his serve coming.
Then, third set of the 7 games to 6.
Second set.
There is by 2 sets.
A lot more in this match. And after that,
15 love.
the women's final
Point, please, ladies and gentlemen.
and the other men's semifinal. In the meantime, college football, of course, going on now. Notre Dame leading Michigan. Florida over Kentucky. And Purdue 17-0 over 17th ranked California. Michael Chang serving to Edberg at 15 love in the 4th set now.
3 hours and 20 minutes to play 3 sets.
Made that look very casual, didn't he?
You know, I've always had a saying that what looks like the big hole becomes a little hole. When you see Chang go cross court, it looks wide open. But watch what happens. See how the big opening? Then he closes that, so you go in behind the guy. That's the way to do it. And this is not an easy backhand volley. It sort of comes right at his chest. Good touch.
There's no one more nimble around the net than Stefan Edberg, and look how much he's got to scoot around to defend it.
Again, how many volleys has to make to win a point? That's what's made it fun.
You can see with each set now, Edberg is climbing in net points won for a number of reasons. Again, his serving has helped him get to the net better. There's no doubt about that. But again, it's that with each set, it's harder and harder to come up with the goods passing. This were played on a clay court, and this match was played on a clay court at Stade Roland Garros at the French Open a few years ago. It was Chang that came out on top. That's a much slower surface. It really helps the baseliner, the counter-attacker.
Yes, indeed. A fine interception there. You know, it's one thing to get to a ball like this on balance, but to then make the shot, get the direction you want on it. It's not that simple. Fully stretched out, bent over like that, get the racket around the outside of the ball and angle it off for a winner. And this is for a guy that they all say is much more at home on the baseline.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station.
When he perspires, much sweat runs down his legs.
I think Chang upset about the call, not about the fact that Edberg's shot went over.
The serve. Bruno Rabaud of France.
Just became a daddy a few months ago. Little Charlotte Rabaud back home in France.
Now Edberg took a look. Again, Cyclops, the machine, the electronic machine that calls the service line normally has been turned off.
They ascertained very early in the match that it was not functioning properly. Again, watch Chang handle the high backhand. And Pat, as you mentioned earlier, that upper hand helps you so much for a strength factor on that high ball. You have to be strong otherwise. You can get a universal answer from a tennis player. Say, where don't you like it? And they say high on the backhand side.
Right. Like in baseball, low and outside. Longest matches in the U.S. Open of '92. Longest was involving Becker.
40-15.
Lindell and Becker was just over 5 hours. Lindell and Ikaza.
Lendl, I'm sorry, by Edberg, because Chang has been closing in so much, so close when he does come to the net. And this is pretty good disguise. This looks like it's going to be a topspin forehand, like a cross court. Right up underneath it, goes right over the top. Just think of Lendl in all those long matches, 3 of them he was involved in.
Plus, you've seen him do that.
Yep.
And what a war he waged against Edberg in the last round.
Here's Chang putting the pressure on. This is so beautifully angled. Edberg had to put on the brakes to keep from running into the photographers. He did it on purpose, but when Chang jumped and acted like he was going to hit the smash, it froze Edberg. He didn't come forward. Watch this right here. When he jumps, Edberg stops, and then he realizes that Chang's going to let it bounce. Then he comes forward, but Chang missed it.
Please.
That was long.
A nice gesture there by Chang. He looked at Edberg and nodded, saying yes, it was the correct call, because Edberg started to take an extra look.
Chang went from one end of the court here. I mean, this is a pretty good drop volley. It sat up a little bit, but most players couldn't have made a shot like this with so much power and control. So he's well beyond the baseline at the opposite end. And in just a few quick beats, he's won the point.
Game to Chang. He leads 2-1 in the 4th set.
That's a very fine lob from Michael Chang. The offensive lob, to have a look, pretty snappy 5-set record. The offensive lob beat Edberg there because it wasn't high enough to allow to bounce, but it was just out of his range.
Edberg is up 2-1. It's very important then. If you look at that record for him to win this set. That's good.
I think Edberg had a play on this ball, but he elected to let it go, thinking it was going wide. We'll see here. He pulls his racket away. Well, it was questionable. Not sure he could have made a play on it.
He waited. He who hesitates gets past against Chang.
Oh, that was a big point there. That would have given him 3 break points.
Yeah, he's disgusted with himself.
That was not a difficult volley. I mean, if he were stretched out, he'd understand maybe why he missed it, but that was pretty much of a sitter for him.
Don't forget, a lot more to come. After the completion of this match, the women's finals. And after that, the other men's semifinal. Courier and Sampras. Super Saturday is well named.
Break point for Chang. When Edberg does miss the backhand volley, oftentimes he makes a little larger motion than you might. Takes a little bit longer backswing, a little bit longer follow through.
I think he just self-corrected doing just that, Tony. He knew it was too swingy.
Yep.
It was a low volley, and he swung too much.
You go back and look at what these players have had to do their last 2 matches, 5 setters in both cases. Chang won his 6-1 in the 5th in each case. Edberg 6-4 in the 5th and 7-6 in the 5th. So they've had some tough matches, and this is another one. There's Chang that got away with one that time.
Yeah.
This is a miss-hit return, barely clears the net. Edberg let it get real low. Didn't have much on it.
He saw his brother look up to the Lord.
Yeah.
Very
very
religious family, the Changs. Michael explains that his great-grandmother in China was ill with cancer, diagnosed as terminal. And she decided to believe in Jesus Christ, and she's still around now. That made him religious, the whole family. That was a few years ago. I'm not sure that she's still around, but this man, he hates bringing up his Christianity, his Christian beliefs. He says, I know you guys in the press room close your eyes when I start talking about it, but it's the essence of my being. The essence of Edberg has been his forays to the net. Almost 800 times the whole tournament he's been up there.
Edberg took a look up at the bright sun.
12th.
I think that's what he was looking at.
12th double fault. Break point opportunity. Chang dancing around inside that baseline.
Wow.
Talk about some dynamite stuff. Hit with tremendous pace. A wonderful volley here by Edberg under the circumstances. Good guess or anticipation right there. And watch this one. And then here you see how Chang did it. In each case, watch the racket get ready. Boy, that's what he does so beautifully. That's what Carl said, man, that's the way to do it.
15.
That's the thing about Chang. If he sees a little bit of a chance to really hit the ball harder, he'll take it. Well-timed explosions, you know. He doesn't go for the big stuff if he doesn't see it. He doesn't see the chance.
He'll also play matches against good players where he's playing within himself, and he says, I got to turn the screw a little bit, hit it harder, and take more chances. And that's when he's gotten himself out of some trouble and through to the next round.
Well, he's got the range right now. 40 love.
Not so sure Edberg's not starting to feel it in the legs a little bit, and watching him sort of flex his legs a little. It's been a very demanding match physically.
Well, it's been a grueling tournament for him, too. 3:48, 3 hours, 48 minutes the time that they've been out here.
And while it's grueling running on the baseline as Chang is doing, it's very taxing too to continue to make your charges to the net.
40-15.
Sprint after sprint.
Double fault by Chang.
Edberg says if he hadn't become a tennis player, he would have been a sprinter. Loved track and field as a kid. Got just too good at this sport to let it go. 4 hours of sprints is a lot.
Yep. I don't know anybody can do it.
Good defensive lob that time by Edberg. Nice and high, got it deep, basically down the center of the court.
While that ball was in the air, the ball that Edberg hit, Chang took his hands off the racket, blew on his hand while it was on the way down.
Right.
You don't see that very often.
You have some time.
Game to Chang. Edberg leads 2-1. Chang up 4-1 in the fourth.
15 love.
On the court change, Chang left the court to go to the bathroom.
Oh boy, that explains it all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
25% first serves in this fourth set. It's rugged.
That could be connected to that leg fatigue you were talking about earlier.
You lose form when you get tired. No two ways about it.
That's good form.
30 love.
What happens so often is when you do get fatigued, you don't get to the ball as quickly. You know, you lose your form on serve.
40 love.
And all of a sudden you think there's something wrong with your hitting, and it's not your hitting. You know, it's just that you're not getting to the ball as early.
You also get desperate and try to end points more quickly off the ground and take chances that you wouldn't normally take.
People who get fitter, like Andre Agassi, get smarter on the court. They look smarter. They don't go for goofy shots out of nowhere. They know they can stay the course.
40-15.
But so often you see people, if they are weary, you know, they're staring at their racket thinking, boy, I'm not hitting well at all. And that's not their problem. They're not moving well. They're not seeing the ball as early.
Game to
Edberg. 4-2 now. Chang leads in the fourth.
Chang leads by.
And a reminder, after the NFL tomorrow, the men's championship here on CBS. One of these two will play the winner of Sampras Courier coming up later here this afternoon. Big ends at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Men's singles, the draw.
That's the first time all 4 top seeds made it to the semi since 1985. On the women's side, the second, third, and fourth are out. Steffi Graf, Martina Navratilova, Gabriela Sabatini. They're gone.
Difficult to make that topspin offensive lob from behind the baseline. It wasn't a bad lob. It has to travel such a great distance through the air. Edberg was able to stop and get back and get up to it. Good wrist snap to bring that ball back down in the court.
The final today is the top seed, Monica Seles, against the 5th seed, Arantxa Sanchez Vicario. A lot of surprises on the top half of that draw. Sabatini had been there. So had Jennifer Capriati. She was seeded 6. She didn't uphold her seed. On the bottom half, Martina Navratilova went out early.
I think that might have hit the paint as it sort of scooted through. The reaction from Chang, it sort of rushed him. You see Chang, he has to sort of rush his stroke. And he was late.
Edberg is back in it. Chang still leads 4-3 in the fourth.
Edberg has broken Chang 8 times, but he's been broken 7 times himself. We're back on serve.
First serve percentage, Edberg has picked up a little now in the fourth set. Well,
13th double. That's how many he served against Krajicek in his 5-set match.
maybe he hasn't picked up. Officially 4 hours they've been at it. The clock that you can see to the left, to Edberg's left, didn't start when they first got on court.
Edberg just totally took his eye off the ball there.
Sort of snapped at that forehand volley some. He isn't smooth with it like he is on the backhand side. Watch him sort of snatch at the thing here.
Don't you think, Tony, he's worrying too much about Chang?
Maybe so. A little wristy as he cupped underneath the ball. Chang is somebody to worry about.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's too good a return.
Nothing you can do about this. This ball gets down very quickly, hit with good pace, right at his feet. Edberg trying to get it before it bounced. Now he's down 3 break points. For a guy that served 13 doubles, he made an awfully good second serve there.
He sure did. Followed by a very good volley.
Still not out of the woods, though, at 15-40. This is one of the poorer returns by Chang. Watch how high it is. Not that, but difficult to swing at it. He would love to have that one over. Still a break point for Chang. Edberg's had little success on first serves coming down the center in this ad court.
Edberg has done a wonderful job fighting off break points. He's had 23 against himself, and Chang has only managed to win 7. There's that first volley of Edberg. That's the one he wants back.
Looked like it was straight at his body. A little tough to handle, I think. This comes. That's the last volley. That was what was out and cost him his serve, but it was the first volley at the point that you were referring to, Mary, that looked like it might have trapped him, but come right at the body.
Couldn't get it away from Chang.
Right.
Block 15.
Watch where this Edberg volley hits. When you can cut it across and land it inside the service box, it's tough to track down even when you're as fast as Chang. He's got to put the brakes on here. See the photographer putting his hand up to try to help him if he was coming over that little retaining wall. Well, this is a good get by Edberg. See how quickly he gets off the mark on this. Yeah, see, hits the net here. Rack it out in front. He did all he could do. Wasn't good enough. 15 all.
15 all, yeah.
As a kid, Michael Chang says he passed up on baseball because he saw a beaning accident on TV. He said they kept playing it over and over until it made you sick. I decided if I was going to get hit by a ball, it would be a tennis ball. He hit Edberg on that 2 points ago. Not too hard, but you can still get hurt being struck with a tennis ball. That one was... Well-directed return by the #2 seed. Chang burned some rubber trying to change direction, get over for this one. You could hear his shoes squeaking. Couldn't get there. He makes tennis sound like basketball, Michael Chang.
White base. White base.
Break point for Edberg. Trying to stay in his fourth set.
30-40.
Amazing.
It's a situation where sometimes Chang tries to sneak into the net, surprise him.
Edberg has had to defend serve so much in the last couple of rounds of this U.S. Open.
Edberg, and we'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station.
Chang leads by 5 games to 4.
They have to go enjoy it.
The New York crowd tends to be a lot noisier, too, than anywhere else. Forrest Becker a couple of years ago said of the U.S. Open at Wimbledon, you have to be quieter, or they throw you out. You can play a saxophone in the stands here and nobody cares.
White, please.
If you're loud, they throw you in.
This is a horrible feeling for a tennis player. You go to the net and you see this topspin lob go over your head. You know there's no way you can get to it. You can only hope that it goes out. That one did not. Once it hits, it just runs away from you with that extra topspin. If you can't get it in the air, there's no way you can track it down. Double 14.
15-30.
Remember in last year's final against Jim Courier. Courier, who's got a terrific return game, couldn't even breathe near Edberg's serves. But he is serving much, much worse than 1 year ago.
He just gotten that service break back, and now he's put himself in trouble at 15-30.
3 straight breaks there have been.
This match has got another element to it. It's the world's fastest ball boy. I'm convinced. The guy adjusted the umpire's right. When he goes after a ball, it's a blur.
.30-40. Right, please. Thank you.
Edberg went to his favorite serve, that kicker out to the backhand. And he got it out there a little bit extra. Had Chang stretched out.
Rubbing off the bean ball.
You consider that a bean?
Well,
White, please. White, please. Thank you.
Dave Edberg.
5-0.
Believe it or not, still coming up,
White, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
the women's final, to be followed by later today, maybe should say later tonight, the other men's semifinal, and then tomorrow, of course, the men's championship, assuming they get through with this.
Love 15. Five, please.
Wide.
15-0. 30-15.
Good play at the net here by Chang. Feet keep moving, keeps the hands out in front. That was the winning volley. Here's another look. See how quickly he got into a good volleying position. And he doesn't take anything for granted. He gets back in position until he sees that ball bounce twice. Good job by Edberg getting that forehand down so low on the passing shot. We got to add 6 minutes to that clock. I think the 4:12. It's actually been out in court 4 hours and 18 minutes. They didn't start the clock for the first 6 minutes, we're told. Twice before Chang got to it. Wouldn't have mattered because his ball was a sitter for Edberg right here. This one he said he got on the second bounce. Take another look and see how his racket gets underneath it. It's tough.
That's a very, yeah, Chang looked at him like, how can you have made that call?
Yeah.
That's close.
It wouldn't have mattered, though, because his ball was an absolute sitter, so we're at deuce.
All of a sudden.
Great point. Good play by both players. Fine passing shot here by Chang under the circumstances. You see the backhand volley catches the tape. So we're back to deuce.
Edberg has been to the net now 200 times.
Very successfully, too.
115 points he's won.
That's very demanding against Chang. Hit it, he's saying to himself. Get in.
6-5. In the fourth set.
We'll see a marvelous approach by Edberg. This ball is deep and stays down nice and low. Look at the angle with that extra topspin that Chang's able to get.
And the family loves it. It's a good day to be here. Edberg serving at 5-6 in the fourth. He's up 2-1.
For some players, when Edberg would hit this cross-court forehand, they'd get to it so late that they'd be pulled out of position, couldn't do much. Chang gets there so quickly, he's able to go back cross-court with authority. And that's the value of that legs, foot speed, and those good, strong legs. Watch Chang guess. He went early. He knows that that's where Edberg prefers to make his smash. Racket's already gives him a chance, but he's no way he can get to the drop volley. But he stayed in that point. Edberg likes to go into the backhand corner on his smashes.
Says a lot about how good the volley was that Chang conceded the point. But comes right back, again stepping in early, taking plenty of court inside the baseline to spit back the return. And now Michael Chang, 2 points from one of his beloved fifth set matches.
Swings on the volley, gets Chang to set point.
30-40. Point, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Edberg saved the set at 4-5.
Point.
Now he's being asked to save it again.
Tough serve coming.
Seven games to 5. 2 sets serve.
This is just the weight of shot on the return, the power right back at Edberg. And he misses 2 backhand volleys in a row to lose the set. See how close
Seats, ladies and gentlemen.
inside that baseline Chang was, so he
Point,
could get it on him real quickly. And Carl Chang is obviously happy about that, so we're going into
ladies and gentlemen.
the 5th set.
Play continues. Point, please.
But that shot is out.
Love 15.
It's very true, Pat. These are not true tennis fans, one and all. I know, because I left two badges for two of my best friends, and they just want to come and watch the cute guy, Edberg.
That was Edberg?
Yeah, they said, when's that cute guy playing? They're out buying T-shirts now. 5-set records.
They also asked you, when will it be over? I wonder what you told them.
Yeah, I wasn't able to give them a time, and I'm way off schedule now, that's for sure. Not true tennis aficionados. You can learn a lot about tennis on a day like today.
Long.
15.
Longest matches, Lindell and Becker, 5 hours and a minute. Edberg and Chang right now 4 hours and 31 minutes. And they undoubtedly will break the record. That's the record since they started playing the tiebreakers. Tie break is more correct, I think.
That was back in 1970.
See that Edberg doesn't get the ball deep enough with enough pace.
So one of the kids in the Chang box has got himself a nosebleed, and believe me, that's not the nosebleed section of this stadium.
No.
And he's staying the course. I guess that's the Chang way.
It's tough everywhere.
Joe and Betty Chang, Michael's parents, were emigres to this country. Family left China to escape Mao's revolution back in 1948. In fact, Michael's mother is the daughter of a Chinese diplomat. Born in India. First ace of the day.
Considering the fact that when she wasn't feeling well, she hadn't dropped a set in the entire tournament. Back upstairs to you guys.
All right, Andy, all right, Andrea. And that, of course, that match, the women's final, coming up next. Fifth set. Edberg and Chang.
Edberg continues to struggle on the serve. Just does not get a good high percentage of first serves in. Number 15 double faults, and some of them have been of the what you got to call horrible variety in terms of how badly they missed.
That one halfway down the net.
Right. First serve percentage by set, 38% in the fourth set.
15-50.
Any double fault is horrible, but some of those have been unsightly, I guess.
Yeah, that's good. You know, you miss a serve by 6 or 7 feet, and that's hard to explain. 15-30. Chang is so convinced that Edberg is going to smash the backhand. Watch where he goes. Hits the lob. We see him. He goes dead left. We didn't see him. And wisely, Edberg went the other way. Break point. The fact that this ball hit the net on the passing shot had no effect on Edberg. He wouldn't have been there anyway. He would like to think it would hit the net and fall back. Super play by Chang to get out of trouble. Ill-advised drop right here. Edberg's there in plenty of time. Reflex volley angled away by Chang. That's good work. This was a bit of a flick at the last minute by Chang. He didn't have much control on this situation. I think Edberg was backing up, expecting a lob, and it's break point.
And the fifth set.
Look at this one. Edberg not even close. Wasn't sure which way Chang was going to go with the return. And so Chang has a break and is serving it 2-love in the final set with new tennis balls.
That's in this tournament alone. Fought back against both Krajicek and Lendl.
He is looking a little bit fatigued.
He's got a lot of tennis in him
right now.
You think back of the French final. Edberg finally ran out of gas, got a little bit leg weary, and lost in 5. That was in 1989 when Clay, of course.
That's when Chang had to serve underhand a few times, right?
Well, that was against round of 16 against Ivan Lendl. Yeah, that's the more famous match, really. Chang down 2 sets. That volley is wide. But keep in mind that Michael Chang has got a lot of tennis in his body as well. He went 5 sets with both Malavia Washington and Wayne Ferreira.
I think Edberg hits a ball that would have been going out, but he had the wide open court.
White, please. Thank you.
Missed it inches wide.
David Chang. And he's up 3-love in the final set. fifth set. Edberg serving to Chang. At love 3.
It's only one break, but it sounds rotten, doesn't it?
Sure does. Edberg's serve has been shaky from the beginning. And still to come in the event you just joined us. The women's final, Celis and Sanchez Vicario. And after that, Courier and Sampras. And then tomorrow, the championship. The men's championship. It'll be on at 4 o'clock Eastern time right after football.
The men's final really does become a survival of the fittest, because this match will take a lot out of whomever wins. And then Curry and Pete Sampras will be playing very late tonight to make the turnaround.
And of course, the winner of this is the benefactor of a little bit more rest.
Right. And if they're not sleepy after this one, be a little surprised.
They may be sleepy, but can they go to sleep?
Yeah.
16th double fault.
Michael Chang looking to get in his first U.S. Open final.
Never been past the 4th round in the U.S. Open.
Edberg looking fatigued. Ranked number 2. They come back yesterday and finish his match with Ivan Lendl.
He would have warmed up anyway, so I don't think that was a big factor. The most important thing was he won it.
Yeah, he's playing today.
Huge save there by Edberg. He goes down 2 breaks in this 5th set, feeling as we think he feels, that tired and leg weary.
Huge serve right there. His 8th base.
He's skipping around quite a bit, Edberg. You have to wonder if he's worried about cramping a little bit. Because in between points, after every point, he dances around a little bit. There's that serve of Edberg's that is so effective.
Look at that.
Oh boy, that stayed in. Michael holds up his hand because he shanked that one a little bit, and it fluttered into the court anyway. Didn't get a good piece of it.
Actually mishit it, didn't
Yeah.
he? See the racket head wobble, and it was in a position where Edberg really couldn't reach it and do anything with it, so he elected to let it go, hoping it would go out.
The other one, another wide one off the forehand side.
Number 9 in the ace department.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
Again, Edberg dancing around.
Remember our Super Saturday in 1984?
Yes.
Lendl played Cash. They played for 4 hours and 40 minutes. We're already past that time. 7-6 in the 5th set. We might have a repeat of that day.
Yeah. Remember, we came out early to tape a match between John Newcomb and Stan Smith, so if we had time to fill, we didn't need it.
That is such clutch serving by Edberg. Courier #1 now, and he can still hold on to his rank, but as you can see, a lot depends on what goes on in today's matches. But Edberg right now is worrying much more about defending his title, and you can see how desperately, how dearly he wants to hold on to it.
No matter what happens, Michael Chang will remain #4 in the world.
Edberg just taking the hill now.
Yeah, the sting has come out of his shots. He's going to say, if I'm going down, we're going down with the same strategy. But there's not as much pace on this. He comes right down the center of the court. And you see he doesn't have the same balance when he lunges for those balls as he did earlier.
For Chang to be #4 in the world, it says so much about him. There are guys, so many guys are over 6 feet tall. You know, bigger, stronger guys with much more potent serves. But as Edberg says of this guy, he uses every single part of his game, everything he can think of.
And he does everything he can to mess you up.
He
He's
sure
done that
does.
very well. And that means the ethical things, the legal things.
Coming up, Arantxa Sanchez-Vicario against Monica Seles, and Sanchez-Vicario does the same thing.
Edberg saying, don't count me out.
Nope. He is a champion.
Chang comes into the net so little that he was kind of hoping on this one, I think, that maybe Edberg's passing shots had grown cold. That wasn't the case.
That's his favorite ground stroke. He has a very fine backhand. Break point now for the #2 seed Edberg. He needs it to get back on serve in this final set. This is when the good athletes, even they're tired, can find a little bit extra.
wide.
And the opening is there, and he just had the hand out ahead of the racket head just a little bit, trying to steer it down the line. And you can see how tired he is.
Yep. Chang took a look at the court. I don't know if it hit the paint and skipped, or he just didn't get a true bounce. That's hard to believe.
Yeah, Edberg had given up the short ball. I think Michael thought he may have hit the service line. Anyway, it's deuce. Both players with big opportunities in this game.
Another break point.
Edberg has been broken 10 times, Chang 9. Chang still 9.
The defending champion trying to hang in there.
Reverse numbers on the unforced errors. He liked that net a lot more yesterday against Ivan Lendl. Went to 2-all in the tiebreak. It squirted over for him.
Return is in the worst possible spot for Chang, down and away right at his feet. He was trying to get it before it hit the ground, so he didn't have to half volley it. If you're an Edberg fan, you say perfect, right where you wanted it. Back to deuce.
Point please.
Break point.
Yeah,
that's a tough deal. That service break has given a little injection of energy into Edberg, and watch Chang. You think he's leg weary? Watch this. He doesn't get there, but he gives it all he has. At this stage of match, I think there are points where it's ill-advised to chase what seems to be an impossible situation.
Still to come. Women's finals, Celis and Sanchez Vicario. And then Courier and Sampras. We've only just begun.
This again, sorry, go ahead, Mary.
I was just going to say, after 5 hours, that Chang is still standing inside the baseline, still trying to catch the ball off of Edberg's strings, and making swings like that shows how fit physically and mentally that he truly is. A lot of times when you get tired, you back off the baseline a little bit to give yourself more time to react. But he knows he can't afford to do that.
Edberg's serve didn't have the bite on it. This lands short, and it sits up right into his powerhouse. That good forehand. So after fighting so hard to break back, it's now 15-40, 2 break points for Chang.
That first volley was, wow, very difficult.
Boy, aren't you telling me the truth?
30-40.
What a super volley. Just getting it back would have been a good job, but look what he does with it. Right at his feet. Maybe 3 feet from the baseline, and then he takes the courage to hit this one in the air. Defensive lob. He might have let that one drop, but he hit it in the air and worked it out. Tremendous stuff. Still break point.
He's been playing the big points by necessity so well these last few rounds.
He's had a lot of them against him, hasn't he?
Oh, boy, you'd think he'd be punch drunk, taking all the heat from both Ivan Lendl in the 5-setter finish yesterday and Michael Chang today. He's got to be feeling it.
Double fault. That's hard to overcome alone.
And then having to defend the net like a hockey goalie.
Yeah.
That's over 4 games worth right there. If you put them back to back.
Sure.
Thank you.
In the final set. Chang leads.
And a break with some awfully good stuff. Good deep serve. Return such a good angle and down so low. It was no way that Edberg was going to get to that. So Chang knows that if he can hold 2 more serves, he's into the finals of the U.S. Open.
It has not been easy holding serve.
So much for the weak Edberg forehand.
Stay back.
Off 40. Low 40.
3 break points now for Edberg.
Five, please. Thank you.
To Edberg. And we'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station. We're in the final set. Edberg serving to Chang at 3-4.
Still not getting many first serves in.
Tony, he's had to face at least 2 break points every serve game in this final set.
Yep. Well, you watch. This is sort of some tired volleying right here. He gets away with it, but that's not a real good volley there. This one is a nothing volley. And when you give Chang another swing at you, normally he gets it past you. That time he didn't.
$30.
30 love.
Well, he's serving better than I thought. 66% in this final set.
$40.
Chang's had a pretty good look at him, though. I mean, obviously, he's putting a premium on keeping that first serve percentage high.
Right. And wisely so.
Yeah.
$40-15.
You're so right about that shot. All you can do is watch.
Yeah. You watch Edberg's reaction. It's like a pitcher that the guy just hit a home run. He just turn and look. Yes, just look over your shoulder. 40-15.
Wait.
Game to Edberg. Ball. 4-all in the final set.
Tony Pickard looking on. Here's another look. Good crisp volleys this time by Edberg. Still a wonderful get, that last one by Chang.
Point, please. Thank
Watch
you.
the footwork. Keeps moving, moving, hands out in front. This is pretty the easy one. No mistake. Here's what it looks like from the other side.
Chang to serve.
Love 15.
Beautiful backhand. Short approach. Ball just barely past the service line by Chang. You still have to make the shot. Edberg was up to the task.
Prettiest shot in tennis in my book. Edberg's backhand.
Yep.
And I think Chang would do a good job of avoiding that side of this guy's game. That's what he wants. That's what he needs. His backhand approach is beautiful. It's like Martina Navratilova's.
Well, this is what you hope for, the semifinals U.S. Open.
Gosh, yeah.
Two of the top players in the world going right down to the finish line.
A great collision of styles and wills. And Courier-Sampras will look very much the same. Sampras playing like Edberg, Courier like Chang. Three break points.
Remarkable athlete. You saw the book on what he's done, his comebacks.
Edberg's won 10 of the last 11 serve points from Chang.
Edberg will serve for the match when we come back. He leads 5-4. Final set.
This was the last point. The approach by
please.
Edberg.
Thank you.
He won the point. 2 or 3 games ago, he could hardly move. Look at him now, serving for the match.
I can't believe that Chang, like Krajicek and Lendl before him, fell for the old gather a roomy and comfy lead and then grab it back from him.
Edberg won 13 of the last 14 points. Suddenly he doesn't look tired.
Here's a look at a cannonball, 107. Chang mishits it. And let's face it, he has to be a little weary himself. He's coming off of 2 5-setters, and he's done a lot of running in this match. That's the taped thumb of Edberg getting ready to serve at 30 love.
Quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Quiet, please.
Tremendous return and second shot by Chang, both to the backhand volley of Edberg.
Quiet, please.
Marvelous to be able to make those kind of shots under these kind of circumstances.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
30 all.
Oh, man.
I don't think he can feel that good.
He can't feel that good either.
Break point.
Quiet, please. Thank you. Quiet, please. Thank you. Quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you.
18 double faults later, this is a tough second serve.
It was a dandy.
Boy, it sure was. Fabulous. His favorite serve, out to the backhand, close in, got the high return, played it nice and safely down into that forehand side.
Vince Lombardi used to say, fatigue makes cowards of us all.
Again, 7-9, Edberg, 362.
What a struggle. You could read Edberg's lips. Whatever was said to him, he said, I will.
That was the trainer talking to him. My guess is they're saying, get some liquids, some fluids in you.
He would have probably said, I will, to almost anything.
Right. This was match point.
5 hours and 26 minutes.
Whoa.
254 times to the net he was. This is his final trip there.
And this just barely missed.
That ball hasn't come down yet. Neither has he. Right now, let's go down to Tim Ryan, if Edberg can speak.
Thank you, Pat. I'm with the winner here, Stefan Edberg, 6-4 in the fifth. An incredible match. From your great experience as a top player, do you remember anything to match this?
No, it was really something today. I mean, the way the match ended, the way it was all the way. I had chances, he had plenty of chances, and it's just incredible. I mean, I played really well in the end.
You certainly did, especially at the end. Despite your continuing service problems, you had to fight once more to do it without having your serve.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't have any rhythm, especially on my second serve. It got a bit better towards the end, but I was hitting way too many double faults. But I guess Mikey puts a lot of pressure on you. He returns very well, so that's got to do something a little bit with it too, I think.
Tremendously satisfying victory, I'm sure, but you now have to be a little concerned about going into a final having played these 5 setters.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, maybe I'll feel bad tomorrow. Maybe I'll feel good. Hopefully, I think I'll be okay tomorrow. I mean, it's really tough to play semi-final, finals over the weekend, but it's only one match to go, so I give everything I have and then can't do anything more.
All right, are you going to watch Courier and Sampras?
Maybe. We'll see.
Good luck tomorrow. Great match, great finish, and you are still one of the most popular champions here. Congratulations. Okay. Has Michael come out the court yet?
All right, we are with Michael Marathon Man Chang. Michael, obviously a disappointing outcome for you. Your 3rd consecutive 5-set marathon out here. How much of a factor was fatigue?
Well, actually, the conditions were pretty good out here. I mean, it wasn't very humid, it wasn't very hot, so I don't think that the conditioning really played a major role. You know, the match was really going back and forth, and I had a few opportunities and wasn't able to really put him away. And, you know, he hung tough, and, you know, I guess that's why he's a champion. And, you know, I went out, I tried my best, I give my best, and today I came up a little bit short.
What was going through your mind when you were up 3-love in the 5th?
Well, I knew that it was only 1 service break, and you know, I tried to still play aggressive, and I tried to really, you know, stay on top of him. But, you know, he played well, and he got a few opportunities, you know, took advantage of it, and was able to capitalize. You know, I mean, I came out, and you know, I went out and you know, I gave my best, but.
In the bigger picture, this was your best showing at the U.S. Open. You've got to be satisfied about that.
Yeah, you know, I think I played a very, very good match, and you know, it is my 2nd best showing at a Grand Slam, so I have nothing to be, you know, ashamed of. And you know, today Stefan was just a little bit better, and you know, I just got to work a little bit harder, and hope to be back next year.
Congratulations on a very exciting tournament. We'll look for you next year. Thanks again. Let's go back upstairs to Pat.
Okay, Andrea, and still a lot more to come. First, the women's final, and here they come. Monica Seles against Aranxa Sanchez Vicario. They're on the court and ready. They've been ready a long time. So have we.
Center awaiting Courier and Sampras, and we're joined again by Stefan Edberg, who won his match today over Michael Chang. Not easily. Things have not come easily in this tournament, have they?
No, it's very true. I've had some really tough matches now. I've played 3 5-setters in a row here, been down a break in all of them, but I managed to come through somehow.
Well, now this match, of course, upcoming, may not go as long, but we're interested in your viewpoint of what you expect will happen between Courier and Sampras.
Well, I think it's a very tough match to predict, because I think it's a 50-50 shot here. I know Pete has beaten Jim a lot of times. Jim, I think, only has won once. That was here last year. And it's going to be a very interesting battle out there. It all depends how well Pete plays. If he plays well, I think he's got a very good chance of winning. If he plays a little bit below, I think Jim will win.
Is it similar in a matchup, in your view, as you're kind of Sampras and he's kind of Chang in this match?
It's a little bit like that, but I guess Jim hits the ball harder. He comes to the net a lot more often, but I think it'll be an interesting one to watch, and I think you know, the one who wins the 1st set is going to have a big advantage today, I think.
Well, last year, of course, you just absolutely killed Courier, and it was an impressive performance of a serve and volley player at his very best against a guy like Courier. Do you expect that that's kind of the match we might see from Sampras?
Well, I think he doesn't play as much serve and volley as I do, and if he can serve really well, then he's going to put a lot of pressure on Jim. I'm sure about that. And he's going to try to come in whenever he has a chance, and that's the way to beat Jim, I think.
Okay, well, they're ready to play out there. Congratulations to you. I know you'll be watching with great interest. Let's go upstairs now to Pat, Tony, and Mary.